Hey Raghav, how's it going? I'm doing alright. Welcome back. Have you been watching much of the CVX randos recently? Hi Atomic Cat, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. And no problem, happy to work hard. Do you know how to get yourself set up with the dev builds? Are you on the Discord? So I'll try and explain it, Atomic. So the randomizer needs to know what all the rooms are and what's in every room and the doors in every room and what rooms those doors go to. And each room just has a code, which you see when you use the debug menu in the game. So the first room's usually 100, or in CVX it's 1000. So room 1000 is stage 1, room 0. And it's saying it's got one door, and that goes to door stage 1. Sorry, that goes to a room stage 1, room 1. And then in the first room, these are all the items you have. And these numbers just correspond to things. So 12 is handgun ammo. So what the randomizer will do is it will read this file and it will know how many rooms there are, and the connections between all the rooms and the items in each room, and then it can say, okay, here are the 4 items in this room that I need to randomize, and it will go ahead and do that. Only, it knows that there's 4 items here. It knows what the ID of each item is in the room, so it will edit the file in the game, find the right place, and edit the item to be something random. And with this this text here, I can control how it randomizes the game, because some items you don't want it to randomize because they are not always, they don't always spawn in, for example, or you can't always get to them. And you can also say if it requires a key item. So I can say that that door requires key item 56, which will correspond to some item. And this item requires 103, it's probably the lockpick. So I'm just saying that this item number 1 in this room requires the lockpick. So that's what this file is. And it's not programming, this is just a data file. It's known as JSON, JSON. So I hope that explains it somewhat. Do you play the rando much, Atomic? No, but you sometimes stream BioRand. Well, I assume you play it to stream, or you're playing it when you stream it. You're not just streaming someone else playing it. Yeah, I didn't expect everyone to be playing it. It's a lot of people just watch randomizers. It's just one of those things which are quite enjoyable to watch, particularly when there's funny cutscenes and or just really bad rooms. To so much as a surprise to the player as it is to the audience. That's partly why I made BioRand because the previous randomizer, it randomized the characters, but it didn't keep their, like, it just had random voice lines. It didn't match the voice lines with the character that was saying it. So that was the main motivation for me making this. I wanted to be able to do that. Right, should fix the problem. I'd accidentally made the weapon capacities. I thought I was just changing the initial amount of ammo they had when you pick up a weapon, but it actually ended up changing the maximum capacity of the weapon altogether. So you'd pick up a handgun or a magnum, and you would only be allowed to have one bullet in the gun. So this should hopefully fix that issue. Okay. What would you like to? You'd like to test anything in particular, or you just want to have a go at it? Yeah. I mean, you're welcome to do that anytime. And there is a channel in the Discord where people are talking about like bugs they've come across, so you know whether something's already been reported or what to look out for. As well as like instructions on how to get the dev build. Do you have everything you need to do it? Do you have the emulator? They seem to be doing it in bug reporting, or sorry, bug investigation rather than CV channel. Although both channels will have information. So most people are using PCSX2. If you want to use the cheat engine table that I have, you need 1.6. If you want to use the HG texture pack, you need the nightly builds, from what I hear. Right. There are 501. Right. So this is the bottom floor of the check-in. That's the top floor. So first aid spray. Yep. item 0. ID 5. Right, I assume those shotgun shells are not that. There's just 8 spray and airport key. They both have offsets. Okay, that's fast. And did you manage to get dev builds? Just can't see a dev builds. So you want to go to? Are you first of all? Have you got a GitHub account? Okay, so you need to be logged into GitHub. And then once you've logged into GitHub, you click Actions, and then this is every single build. So every time I push a change, a new build gets listed here. So you want to click the top one. So in this case, it's this is the top one. So I click that link, and then scroll right to the bottom to see artifacts, and you want to click BioRand here. And if you're logged in, you should be able to click that, and it'll download it. Did you manage to find the link? Not advise. Control leave it. E503. Okay, so once created an account, go to the repo and then click on the Actions tab. Then once you go onto the Actions tab, click the top link. Okay, so go on this page, which is easy to get to. If not, it's github.com/intelauger/BioRand. Have you gone to that link? Alright, now click the Actions button here. And then you click the top link. And then you scroll down to the bottom of the page until you get to Artifacts, and then you click BioRand. So this page, every time I push a change, you'll get a new build at the top of this list. And that's how you get new dev builds. Right, I've got this wrong. This should be 505, then 503. There's 501, and then 501 again, same variant. 502, and then 504. Uh, (502), 504, Terry. Or that should be 505. Um, 503 is to 505. 505. Goes to 50, no, 0E and 503. Do you have the ISO as well? The USA ISO for CVX, yes2. Okay, and make sure you have the USA BIOS, and make sure the USA BIOS is selected in the settings. And then that should be good to go. Right, looks alright. I'm gonna actually try the Okay, let's go to that. Set the path to the ISO. Yeah, you also need to rename the ISO to be a specific thing. You want to call it RV. It has to be called RE CVX ISO. So I would create a new folder, maybe side by side with your other RE games. Just call it RECV, and inside that, put RECVX.ISO. Don't worry about the other things. The mod folder will be generated and this will be generated. You just need an empty folder, a new empty folder with just RECVX.ISO in it. So does it give you the path to the file it can't find? And is that path correct? Does it look right to you? Or is there something odd about it? Yeah, it looks right. And it says it can't find the file. So you're saying that this path right here exists for you. It's exactly correct. That file exists, and it's saying it cannot find it. and you have something that looks like this as your box path. Is that okay? Oh, that's annoying. Yeah. Well, he's saying that he has done that, unless he hasn't, or he's got a typo. So, I was talking, Wesker, I was talking to Gonta last night, and we've come up with a way to handle the escape sequence. Because at the moment it's all over the place. You have to like do certain triggers for it to work properly. What we found out is, so the Wesker cutscene, that happens if you pick up the piano roll, or where the piano roll would normally be. So if you want to trigger the Wesker cutscene, you just need to pick up the item that's in the dungeon that you use the rusted sword to get. And then if you want to trigger the Steve cutscene in the courtyard, where the alarm's going off, you need to pick up where all the 3 original locations for where the proofs would be. So that would be the one in the courtyard. Yeah, that's correct, Rag. So the one in the courtyard, the one in the on top of the computer in the control room, and the one in the loft of the residence. If you get those 3 locations, pick up the item in those 3 locations, the alarm should then be triggered. And then when you go back to the courtyard, it should trigger the Steve cutscene. And then you can actually go into the plane after putting in the 3 proofs. What we've also decided is that, well, I'm going to try and make it so that you don't need to pick up those 3 proof locations. You can just I guess once you've got all 3 proofs, I might make it so that once you have collected all 3 proofs, Steve will be waiting for you in the airport, and you can go into the plane. At that point, the control lever will still be in the plane. So you go and use the control lever, you then pick up the airport key in its original location, and then you go up the cargo elevator. That triggers the timer. You fight Tyrant on the passage, and then you go back down into the sub, and then into the plane again. So that whole escape sequence will be kept vanilla. The only thing that you need basically are 3 proofs and the medal to get out of the prison, and then any additional key items to get those key items. So the main thing I need to do is try and get it so that Steve is just always waiting for you when you have all the 3 proofs. Or maybe he's just always waiting for you, regardless of whether you have the 3 proofs or not. I'll figure something out. Okay, right. I'm not entirely sure what the problem is then. If it definitely says it can't find it, I assume it can't find it, or it doesn't have... I think it would say a different message if it didn't have permission. We just check. Yeah, I think it would give you a different message. Surely I placed the red ant somewhere. Here. 303. 304, what is that? Alfred's bedroom. That's not right. I can do. It's not top of my list of things to do, but can do. I mean, even with the door patch, it's really slow. Like I'd just use the speed up to skip the door. It should be simple to do. I just need to find the patch. Let me see. What version of disk are we using? Plus 201. Plus 20184. 503. Yeah, okay, so it's this one. Okay, so I just need to patch those addresses. Unable to connect end node error. I don't know what that means. You'd have to give me the full message or picture. So what was the problem? Why wasn't it working before? Right, so that's the door skip. Hopefully that works. Where was I? It was when I looked at the actual file path, not the error it was looking for. Oh, okay. Oh, you had you have hidden extensions. I always have extensions turned on, show extensions turned on. File name extensions, I always have that on, so it doesn't hide extensions. I'm still looking at RE2, I don't care. Right, here we go. So 304 to 306. So it's the... I'm trying to think whether it's the red one that gives you the music plate or the blue one. Red bug opens thing. Oh, okay. So actually, so the red one is used to get the music plate. So this is the one that should have had requires the Creenant, which is 60. Bang, let me just double check. 60, 3C, Creenant, yeah. 361 is the blue one, which is needed to get up to the loft, as well as 78, which is the music plate. Yeah, so the red one's technically going to be optional, or more. It's more often not going to be optional because chances of a key item being in the music box is low. Where is the Creenant normally? Is it in the casino? Rum's casino. Right B. Oh no, that's the King Ant. Where'd you get the Creen Ant normally? Oh, room. I think that's called diorama room. I thought that was the gold key. Maybe it is the Green Lantern. Oh no, wait, art room. Do you mean with the vase? The pictures? Oh, okay, yeah. Sorry, when you said art room, I first thought of the diorama room, which has the picture of the room itself in it. Which you put the skeleton picture up. Okay, so I think, what did I call that? Portraits. 204. This room gives you the earthenware vase. Oh, I completely forgot about that. Okay, so you don't need the red ant, you need the vase. So that's what I should be placing. Well, I could place the red ant, but I think I usually put the thing that gives you the item. Like in RE1, it gives you the books, not the medals themselves. Right. Where the problem was. Hopefully it should work now. So what was going on was I'd added, as I was making it, I got rid of this thing in the item randomizer that would prevent it from giving you two of the same key item, where the first key item was fixed. So any time when the key item is in the same place every time, it will try to not create another instance of that item, and it'll just keep it in the same place. But I had to remove that while I was developing this rando. But I've now added that back in because we want the control lever in the same place, the airport key in the same place, and the glass eye is also in the same place because I can't figure out how to randomize the damn thing yet. I think everything else is randomized, although I do need to go through and do documents. Right, these patches are not what I expected. Hold on, let me just get my... I've got a virtual machine that runs ID8 Pro, which allows me to read the game code. Right, here we go. If I go to this address, Oh yeah. Okay. So actually, these the addresses I don't know what those addresses were. I really need to add a checkbox for this though. I don't want to always do the door skip. I don't want to force it on, even during testing. Right, let's just check the log, make sure the... Right, so let's put the vase in now, and airport key is in the correct, so let's keep that in the same place, and that's in the same place. Good. Glass eyes in the same place. So now we just need to see if the door skip works. Oh, it hadn't... I thought it finished generating. It's so slow. And then now the emulator's crashed. If you try and open the ISO before it's finished creating it, the emulator just freezes up. Right, are we going to get a door? No, so that's working. You see how long that took though? It's still really slow. But if you speed up the game, it's pretty quick. This is at 800% speed. Oh, I need to... There we go. You think the issue is your ISO? I mean, does the ISO work without like the vanilla ISO? Does that work? So I need to go to this window, then temporarily want to hide that, show that, and then we're going to add another checkbox here. Door skip. RE1. Not RE1. CVX. door skip. There we go. In the crisp cart, there's a potted plant that you have to inspect and look at the bottom for a key similar to that. Okay. I don't know how well the crisp part's going to work yet. I haven't actually seen anyone try crisp to see if the rooms are different or not. Because I have a feeling they use different files. But I could be wrong. If they use different files, the crisp section will be the same. Although, with some items missing. And if it's the same file, then some stuff might be random. So let me just check. If I check that, it should save it. Yeah. And then so if I try and generate a val, I shouldn't call this code. Unfortunately, it's this step that takes so long, compressing room files. And the more rooms I add, the longer it's going to take. I've tried to make it use all your processes so that it... Actually, creating an ISO file seems to be taking just as long. That's kind of out of my hands because I'm using third-party libraries to do the compression and the ISO generation. It'd be nice if the emulator allowed you to load a game in its unpacked form without using an ISO. Right, so I didn't call that code, so if I now generate it again with that option, it should call that new code and set the door patch. Yeah. Good. So I'll commit that. Add door skip checkbox. Right, so that's pushed now. So you should be able to get that build soon. And that will have a checkbox for the door skip. Cool. I'm just gonna grab another coffee, so I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay. I am back, and I just wanted to test something before we start patching a couple of scripts. But first I need to just change this quick door to go to $200, which is the courtyard. I don't know how big my ISO. 1.8 gig. I'll give you the checksum if you want. Although I don't know how different it is to other people's ISOs. Right. Yeah, so what I wanted to do was test that the courtyard I'm going to change items to effectively look like you have collected everything, which means that item's actually disappeared now. Let's set it back to 0 and reset the room. Because I wanted to... Oh, these dogs are so annoying. Right, so that's the lockpick. I'm gonna invert that. Oh, it wants me to save Steve. Except I can't save him because the door's locked. Oh, I need to pick his computer. NTC 0394. Save. Right, let's use all of these. See what happens. Yeah, so this is literally just a brand new game. I've just teleported effectively to the airport and he's there, which is good. Let's see if I can actually do the whole end sequence. So this should still be the control lever. Yeah. Nope. Why is it a blue herb? Oh, there's the control lever. I've got them mixed up. The ink ribbon's the control lever and the control lever is something else. This is actually back to the first version of the room. Because I didn't modify that door. I don't think it matters. Ooh. Just curious, does this still go to the... Yeah, so that's still the first version of them. Right, so let's use this key. Oh, would you have to kill him? I assume you could just run past him. Damn. I should have saved it. It really annoys me that escape crits the emulator. Like, it's the worst possible shortcut they could have for that. Okay, that works. That's actually quite a simple change. The other thing I need to... There's just one more thing I need to check. So I'm in room variant 1 at the moment. Oh no, because the bridge isn't on this side. Yeah, so that's fine then. That is literally the only change I need, and that sorts out the issue with Steve not being there. It doesn't really matter if you trigger the other cutscenes or not. Irrelevant. Pushed. So that makes the randos easy to complete without, you know, you don't need to pick up or trigger anything special. Oh, I need to... I had the wrong items in the aeroplane. Hey Grish, how's it going? I've actually solved one of the issues you hit in your. You did 2 randos, didn't you? 2 runs of the CVX rando, and in your second one, you. I can't remember what happened. Did you basically Steve didn't spawn for you, did he? You couldn't. You put the proofs in, but you couldn't go into the aeroplane. Skip to where we find out Alfred is also. Yep. So did you just end up getting stuck at the airport then? Because Steve wasn't there. So it's all sorted now. If you get latest dev build, Steve will always be there, and you can get into the airplane. And what else I've done is in the airplane, the control lever is always the control lever. So as soon as you get into the airplane, you just pick up the control lever, go use it, get the airport key from where it normally is, use that, and then that triggers the countdown. You fight the tyrant, and then you go back round to the airplane. You're off. Did you complete your first rando? Okay. My typing's so bad. You soft locked in the dungeon with the rusty sword. Okay, so it's not actually a soft lock. You can put the sword back, even if you don't have it. If you just action the thing that you picked the sword off, it says, "Do you want to replace the sword?" If you say yes, it opens the door and it thinks you put the sword back even though you didn't have it. It is a glitch though, because it allows you to pick up unlimited items where that spot is. So if it was like a green herb that it gave you, you could pick up unlimited green herbs because you could just keep taking the sword and putting it back again. You know, it's just that it lets you. Oh right, I see what you mean. I think so. In CVX, they are quite good at letting you do it both ways. So if there's anything that you need to unlock, you can use the item from your inventory, the key item from your inventory, or you can just action the lock, and it says, "Do you want to use the key item?" So they're pretty good at allowing both rays in this game. Like the key card, if you go up to a key card door and actually use it from your entry, it works. But also, if you just action the door, it says, "Do you want to use the key card?" So I assume the same as with this sword. You can use the sword to put it back, or you can just action the object, and it'll say, "Do you want to return the sword?" I should do some shoutouts actually. Two very good streamers right there. Yeah, no problem. So the next thing I need to sort out is your issue, Wesker, with the, if you trigger the cutscene in the bedroom, you can no longer go back up to the loft. So I need to, I need to make it always let you go back in the loft. So I've made it so the door now goes to the bedroom corridor. What I'll do is I'll just give that a quick go, make sure I can reproduce it. Ignores the rig. Why? What's she supposed to do with it? Remodel. What's the remodel thing? What do you mean by that? You're talking about making new player models? RE1 to 3. Alright, yeah, I can quickly give you a little demo to show you how it's done. There's a tool that I've made that makes it quite easy to do. Let me just build it. Right, so this is a tool that you can download. And it allows you to open the model files that are used for RE1, 2, and 3. It's called EMDUI. So, what got added recently? That's not in RE3 on 1. Evelyn's not in RE1, is she? So if we open Evelyn, . So this is her RE2 model. So what I would do is I would go to the I'd copy Sherry probably, because that's what she's based on. But normally I'd copy another model that's similar, like Arc for a guy, or Claire for a female character. In this case, she's more like Sherry, so I'll copy Sherry. So I'll go into RE1, PLD1, Sherry, and I'll just copy and paste that and say Evelyn. And then what I want to do is open up another copy of this. And I want to open the Evelyn copy. Sorry, the Sherry copy from RE1. So this is Sherry's RE1 model. And then you go to oh god, I can't remember. Right, so you right click TMD. So for RE1, you right click TMD and you do import to page 3.4. And then you go back to RE2 and you find the Evelyn model. It's this one. You choose that, and what it does is it replaces the 3D model, and it adds her texture from the model to page 3 and 4 down here. And then what you do is you right click and you click reorganize. And this is where the clever stuff comes in, because what it's doing is it's trying to squeeze all the texture into the first 2 pages, which is necessary for RE1. And you can't let any slip out onto page 3. So currently there's 2 things that are slipping onto page 3 because there's not enough room. So at this point you have to start reducing the size of some of the parts. So let's say the chest, if I reduce the size of that to 75, that's reduced the textures so that they fit on 2 pages now. I then apply that, and then I click to save. There you go, she should work in the game now. Oh, and the other thing you do is you replace this face.png with a better picture of her. So what I normally do is I zoom in here. And then I just drag this to size. Save. There you go, you got an Evelyn in RE1. That's it, that's all you have to do. Oh, thanks. Program does most of the work. The reason why RE1's so complicated is because the weapons, the textures for the weapons, all of them are in their player texture, and that's what makes it so complicated. The other thing you can't do is let this go above a certain size. In fact, I wonder if that's too big. What the other one's like. 106, 105, 7, 110. Okay, that should be fine then. I don't think you can let it go above 114k, because then it crashes the game, but I think that should be fine. And then RE3 is a bit easier. I won't do Evelyn because we don't support small characters yet in RE3. I haven't got around to doing that yet. But let's say you wanted to add Cindy to RE3. Should be simpler. You just go to RE3, go to PLD0, copy someone like Annette, rename her to Cindy, and then open this up. Find Cindy. Right click here, MD2, and just do import. You can just do import. You don't need to do this 3-4 thing for RE3. And then go to RE2. Find Cindy. Click that model, and there you go. Which is imported, and you can save that. Done. Oh, and then for RE2, you can literally just copy the same picture. Exactly the same. So if I just go to Cindy, copy that, go back to RE3, paste, and that's now got a right profile picture. Only thing to bear in mind is that she will have the same hands as Jill, because it looks like Annette didn't have her own hands, so they didn't get copied. Some people have their own hands, and you have to have a hand for each weapon model. So yeah, you can share them over Discord. Probably the easiest thing to do. And also, I'm happy for you to ask questions in the Discord. The other people there should be other people that know how to do what I've just done, but also other people will be able to see and they'll learn at the same time as you. There's other features in this program that allows you to easily edit the models in Blender. You have that installed. So yeah, that's the basics of importing models from one game to another. And if you want to download EMD UI, it's similar to BioRand. What you need to do is go to this repository instead, which is called Biohazard Utils. I'll paste that in the chat as well. And it's the same deal. You just go to Actions, get the latest build, and then click Biohazard Utils at the bottom. It's got a whole bunch of programs, but EMD UI is the one you want. Oh, you already have it. Okay. Yeah, it kind of was a necessity to do randomization of some NPCs. Like, you know, the Ben NPC and the Irons NPC in RE2. For a long time, you could have Ben or you could have Irons, but you couldn't have anyone else. They were sort of fixed, and it was because of the complications with the G embryo coming out their chest during the cutscene. Just meant that I couldn't use other player models until I kind of reverse engineered the whole file format so that I could just rebuild them on the fly. So BioRand will on the fly take the player models and convert them to the NPC models with the correct animations and everything. And making EMD UI helped me do that, as well as being able to convert models from one game to another. But the other thing I need to get round to at some point is adding a ability to edit animations in the program, because currently there isn't anything for editing the animations of an NPC or player model. You have to basically use a hex editor, which is very time consuming. Game development. I'd say development in general. I do both software and game development. I've been doing it for I don't know, just over 24 years now. It was actually game modding that got me into programming. Reverse engineering, hex editing. I'd hex edit and then try and write code to edit game files automatically. Yeah, no problem. So partly the reason for streaming, so that I can show off stuff like that and answer questions, and also give people an idea on how this stuff's made. Right, so if I walk in there with the proof, it might actually it might be when you interact with the door actually. If I give myself the Air Force proof. Yeah, okay. It's such a weird condition. You have to have the Air Force proof and then it triggers the cutscene. I really don't like that. Don't like that as a condition. Hey Gunter, how's it going? You just pinged me. Oh, yes, you did. We get to test tonight. You'll be on shortly. Yeah, I'll have your stream open actually. What I have just done is successfully forced Steve to appear at the airport. Always. Oh, tell me about it. Like CVX in terms of events is so complicated, particularly in like the military place. You know, you go to a room, you trigger something, and then you get like a door closing behind you, and then there's another place where you go through and door closes behind you, so you can't go back until you've done these other things. And then you unlock the door again by going back round, and then you open like a shortcut this way, and then there's like the three different places you keep going. There's just so many events and stuff. Like the OGs are really simple in comparison to this game. Ugh. That was what I was just about to look at. So what I've tested is literally starting a new game. If I just go straight to the airport with the proofs, Steve's there already waiting for me. I can put the proofs in, and then I go in the airport. Sorry, I go into the airplane. I can pick up the control lever in the airplane, and then I go and use that. I get the airport key where it normally is. I go back, use the elevator, triggers the timer, and then I can go all the way back round to the airport submarine and get in the plane, and I'm off. The cutscene with Steve outside the courtyard is irrelevant. You don't need to trigger it. I guess it's just chance if you trigger it or not. I'm surprised RE Remake 2 crashes actually, because it's RE Engine. I would have thought would be quite crash proof. Like I imagine soft locks happening, but not crashes. I do remember like seeing various people playing it, and it get stuck on the inventory screen. But that also happens with crowd control as well. Yeah, I don't know what it's really like. But I would have thought the people that made those RE4R difficult mods, I can't remember what they're called now. The ones that have just come out for RE4 remake, like they look quite impressive in terms of the functionality they're adding. So I would have thought those people would be quite capable of making a decent randomizer for any of the remake games. Or sorry, RE Engine games. Because what I hear is just mostly lower scripting. The thing is that I heard like Wesker I think said that the very first RE2 original rando soft locked all the time. So it might just be down to how good the randomization algorithm is, opposed to modding the game itself. Well, the RE1 remake rando was the first door rando, and I've only seen it played. I've not tried it myself, but it looks really good. Seems to play very well. The only problem I see with it is that you can't scale it. So, you know, when you do a door rando, you get every room, and it's all one segment. Yeah, you can't make it any easier. But you know, even trying to do that requires a lot of ingenuity in the algorithm, making sure all the doors are connected and you don't get any like cycles. Oh, cool. See you in a bit, Gonta. Remake is more difficult. Yeah. People have said, you know, when will I do RE1 and RE0 remake? Sorry, RE1 remake and RE0. I said, well, CVX I think is higher priority because that's not got a randomizer at all yet. I think it's much better to do that before I start doing RE1R, which already has a render. It works quite well. Yeah, I mean, there's already a few things for you to try. Gonta fixed the weapon issue where it changed the capacity. I fixed that item in 10E not being randomized. The end sequence is now sorted, and you can do door skip as well by there's a new checkbox on the options pane to turn on door skip. But I added it because Wesker was complaining I broke the one you used for the emulator. So I had to add the door skip properly to the render. G-Engine is the ultimate tool edger. You cannot mod games without G-Engine. It's just impossible. Oh, by the way, Edger, did you know that you have your own sound command? I think Gonta's heard it. Oh, you were told? No surprising.
Fuck off, Orcus streaming, no way.
I'm sorry I didn't ask for permission. It was just too good to not clip. I would make for such a good stream opener as well. Just spam that when I start a new stream.
Fuck off, Orcus streaming, no way.
Oh yeah, you got deaf as well. There are I've added shorthands now. Oh, and you should be able to do this. Yeah, there you go. Oh, and and laugh, and now give you random variants. I'm using Mix It Up. Mixer? Mix It Up, I said. Mixer it's no longer exists, does it? Mixer was a pretty good streaming platform. It had like the latency, like a second, less than a second. It was as good as Discord for streaming. It's a shame that Mixer died because it just had such good low latency, and they added multi-streaming before Twitch. Why streamer bot? Why is that better? Is that a cloud version? Is that a cloud thing or a local thing? All local. Actions, triggers, custom coding. Well, doesn't Mix It Up have all of that? Does it have custom coding? I mean, from what I see, it's written in C#, so I could just, download the sources and add my own stuff. I mean, that was my main problem when I started streaming. I was like, there's so many different things. What on earth? How on earth do I decide what I'm going to use without trying them all? What? Did you just see that? I inspected this over here, and then it like focused on the hair. Hold on, let me try that again. It's not doing it anymore. I swear it just like changed the camera to the hair temporarily. Streambot can have action, trigger sounds, commands, OBS scenes. Grayed out, stopping the stream automatically. I did notice that you... Is that what you're using to automatically shout someone out when they raid you? Okay. Oh yeah, I do see people running like multiple chatbots. It's like occasionally in the chat you see stream elements, and then you'll see Nightbot, and then you'll see their own user saying a message. What's the other chatbot I often see? I can't remember what the other one's called. Yeah, the awkward stuff about raiding is that you raid someone, and you do that. I normally do that via the stream manager on the website. So you do that, and it will raid out. But then you got to remember to then open their stream, because otherwise you're going to miss what they say when they realise you've just raided them. So you got to do that quickly, and then you've got to remember to stop your own stream as well. So yeah, the automatic stopping does seem useful. Alright, maybe I'll try it. The one thing I didn't like about Mix It Up is that I was creating a few sound commands. It's like, okay, I don't really want to use the UI to create 100 of these sound commands. So I thought, okay, it must be saving this in a JSON file somewhere, right? And I can just like edit that. Nope. It's like saving it as a binary database somewhere. So I can't just easily copy and paste a load of lines of code to add 500 sound commands. Don't know about that streambot. I mean, yeah, I get the UI. It's nice for people that want to use the UI or initially create commands. But when you're the developer, you can do things 10 times quicker if you can just edit something in code. Or you could even generate the code if you want to generate loads of stuff automatically. Although if you're saying it has custom coding commands, I guess you can do whatever you like, really. Like so to do that laugh and ah sound, the way you had to do that and mix it up is you had to create a text file with all the file names of the sounds you wanted to play, and then there's a condition where you can say pick random line from text file, put that in a variable, and then use that variable in the sound command for playing it. And that's how you do a random sound for a command. Right, so what are you using, Grishman? You're using StreamBot as well? Streamlabs, chatbots, and Vibot. Oh, it's in the options. It's there. Onto. You already online? No. Yeah, so I am an affiliate, Grish, but it's taking forever to do payment review. So who knows when that will get done. And it won't let me use any new features until that approves. It's annoying. Like, you know, I'm not in a hurry to get the payment. I'm in a hurry to use the features. So just let me use the features. Yeah, emotes and redeems. I've definitely looked at this site before. I think it's before I set up my Twitch. How'd you use the API though? Like, where would you type your code? You create an assembly, or is it a web? Or do they set up a web server that you connect to? In the bot. Oh, so it does it have a tab that you type code in then? Are there any like pictures? Go to the main site. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll give it a go then. It's probably better for source control as well, because I was going to put all my streaming stuff, like my whole folder that has everything to do with streaming, I was going to just chuck that all into a private Git repository, just as a way of backing it all up. So that would have all my OBS profiles, and then like commands for the bot. That's why I prefer it storing stuff in text format rather than binary. Yeah, so I could do all sorts of crazy stuff, couldn't I? If I get a redeem or sound command, sorry, command. Like the other thing I was looking at was crowd control. Have you ever looked into crowd control? Like making your own one? Because I know you use Cheat Engine to make your own one. The Cheat Engine? What did you use to actually accept the crowd control commands when you did that? Oh yeah, okay. And then what program did you use to Oh, it wasn't crowd control, was it? You used redeems, didn't you? So you made a bunch of redeems, and which then just do hotkeys. So you've not actually tried out the crowd control API itself. Because I think they do have there's a C# client for crowd control. Someone else? Who could that be? Right. So I can't use the ant, and I can't pick up this rig. So this is not a good thing to happen in a rando. And Steve's just checking under that bed forever. Yeah, that would be very convenient, wouldn't it? Because then I could just add files. And I wouldn't have to keep adding, I wouldn't have to mess around adding a new command each time. And I could make like the numbers, so if it automatically has a if it has a number on the end, you can make it so that if you don't put the number, it just automatically chooses one of the files with the number. So like if I had laugh 1, 2, laugh 1, laugh 2, laugh 3, and I just put exclamation mark laugh, it would just randomly choose one that has a number. Yeah, that would make it a lot easier to do. If you got rid of a lot, because I remember you having sound command, and then you no longer do. You don't have as many anyway. So I remember you had stuff like FBI. Steve seems to be uneasy. You don't say. This is 384. You never converted over properly. What were you using before then? Your old PC? Oh, were you still using you were still using StreamerBot? When I saw mobile, I was like, it took me a few seconds to realise what that means. I don't think I've ever heard it called that before. No. Well, it's always like that. If you see something the first time. I've got a whole bunch of redeems ready to go. Just can't use them yet. Because they won't review my payment details. I have applied during the net 15 calculations. That shouldn't. Yeah, but I've looked at horror stories online, and people say that it's taken like 3 weeks for their stuff to be approved, and other people are saying that it took like a week for them. It's so annoying because when I applied for GitHub donations, I swear that was almost instant, and I don't see how this is any different. Like, they're both American companies, and I feel like the details I had to give to GitHub were a lot less, and it was reviewed and approved within a day. Like, they just give you a form, you fill in your like national insurance and stuff, and then it's done. And also they give you monthly payment, so they don't have like a limit. You don't have to like make $50 or something. They'll just give you exactly the amount that you receive from subscriptions every month. And no, they don't take any of it either. So if someone subs to you for £5 or $5, you will get $5 or £5 each month. This room's going to be a bit of a pain to sort out. I've got to make it so that the if you trigger this cutscene, it still lets you continue the cutscene, and it still lets you go upstairs. Cutscene at the moment completely breaks Randy. Soft locks you. So what's happening is you go to this. You're supposed to inspect the hair, but instead of doing that, it's saying a blue sapphire is embedded by the opening. So I need to make it ignore that while it's in this state. Okay, this is where a cheat engine is useful, because I can edit the room script in real time. Well, it's funny because I said to Ari Duke, you know, I would gladly assist you in adding Dorandu to his Randu. But he's gone dark recently. And last I heard, he's working on RE5 Randu now. So we'll see what happens there. But yeah, I think I know that Bok, he likes doing RE4 randomizers, but he does not like how long they take. So he wants like an abridged version of them. So if you could do a door rando for RE4, then that solves that issue. I'd be surprised if it's a lot of work though, because I've never installed the mod manager for RE4, but doesn't it come with a room jump? It has a room jump, right? I don't know. I thought you played it all the time. Like crowd control and everything. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to try out the mod manager. I thought it did have a room jump. Because you know, in crowd control, right? There's a thing that teleports you back to the first room of the game, isn't it? So if crowd control can do it, I don't see why Dorendo can't. Or anyway, there's going to be like something on the door. There's going to be like a table somewhere, or something in each room that says which other room the door goes to, just like the other games. And you just need to randomize those so it goes to different rooms. I think the main annoying thing about RE4 modding is a lot of it is in the executable. So the OG games, like almost everything about the game is in the files. So each room has its own file and all the logic is in those files for the most part. But in RE4, a lot of the logic or the enemy placement is in the executable itself. Which is just crap, really. It makes it really awkward to randomize and add more enemies. It's kind of a pointless crowd control redeem, just teleporting you to the first room for 30 seconds. I mean, doesn't that get old pretty quick? Yeah, I didn't realise Texas Chainsaw was a redeem. But it looks like that crashed your game, so maybe it's not the best thing to use. Alright, okay. My favourite redeems for crowd control are making you really small and making you really fast. I just find that the most funny thing to do. Or making the enemies really small. I remember, I think Bok did a RE4 crowd control, and he was in the room with the two Gyarados. I think he killed one, but the other one just got made really small. So you just had this tiny little Gyarados running around the room, following you. It's just hilarious. Oh right, so it's like, don't you just need someone to do a redeem to put it back to normal then? Just back up your config then. Just back up your config. Revert it that way. Yeah, I can see the ones that you don't like, or the ones that cause most trouble, because you've set them to 99999 coins. I would like to do a crowd control for the OG games, but it's just another distraction from doing other stuff with BioRand. Ideally, someone else would just do it and I'd assist them. What does RE tweaks do? Is that a config editor? Or is that the mod? Is that the mod manager? Or something that goes in the? Is it an overlay for the game? Oh, does it improve mouse support then? Because I've only played it with controller. Because I didn't think the mouse support was very good. Oh, okay. I'll have to try that out then. I think even RE5 I used the controller though. RE5 and 6 I use controllers well. Although apparently Revelations has good mouse support, which is odd because that was a port from DS. I need to do both. I haven't played either yet. Although the good thing about streaming is I can just play it with people watching. Kind of what I missed doing. I was playing a lot of RE4 Remake, and I just had to do the whole thing on my own. No one watching, no one to talk to. For free. You know, given that you do coding, Edger, you should be giving some something back to the community. Should be helping with the modding. There is a desperate need for programmers in the modding community. For the most part, it's just doing like the boring stuff, like making UI. Because for example, I've got all the code that repacks room files for RE3, The only thing I don't have is just a user interface to call it. And that's what people want. They want a user interface where they can click unpack RDT and repack RDT. Oh, well that's... Yeah, like I'm not even expecting you to help with that bit. That's a different skill entirely. That's like... That just falls under reverse engineering. But that's what got me into programming, so I've been doing that for as long as I've been programming. Right, so 1.4 is there. I'm going to try changing that once I figured out which opcode it is I need. Enough to be full stack. Your limitation is simple C#. Do you mean that you can do simple C# or you can't do simple C#? Oh no, it's better to moonlight as a games developer and then just do software programming for a living. You get paid a lot more. And less stress as well. No crunch time. Wow, I guess it depends on the software you're writing, but usually there's no crunch time. Yeah, although it depends on the language. Like C# is dead simple, like to do anything in. And hey, you can just use AI half the time nowadays. Yeah, except it's better. For a start, you get unsigned types in, and it has better generics. No type erasure. What software do you write for work? Yeah, but what kind of software do you actually write? That like the functionality. No. What's the program you're writing? Like the product? Just the website. Just the website. Nothing special. I assume it must be. The website must do a few things. Talks to APIs. Does it do anything useful? I think you told me what ID you use. You said you used IntelliJ, didn't you? Yeah, no problem. Grish, that's what I'm here for. I need like you get an instant messaging, the dot 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 to show someone's typing. I finally found it. CD. That's the opcode I want. There you go. So that's a nice opcode. So if I want to know whether a particular part of the script is triggered, I just use this CD opcode, which goes to the main menu. So if I now trigger this thing, just goes to the main menu. It'd be such a troll thing to add. I could just make a random item in the game, just throw you back to the main menu. Okay, so I'd try her first to see if she does work in the game. If she crashes, then... Is this RE1 that you're talking about? Okay. It's not trivial by any means, and I've had to do a lot myself. Basically, I go into Blender and I try and delete stuff to make her model simpler. It's the only way you can reduce the file size, because they've just got too many vertices, primitives. I can try and give you an example. Oh, which model was it? I basically bastardized one of the models. I just had to delete almost everything off it so that it would work, and it just looks crap now. I remember remake Reska being really awkward to deal with. Like even, I don't know what you'd do for Evelyn. So what I do is I right click TMD and I do open in Blender. You have to have Blender installed. And then yeah, you gotta work out what you're gonna remove. Where is it? Statistics. Right, so you can see here the model has. So actually, I keep forgetting. I need to sort out my overlay because the chat is just really awkward at the moment. So here it says I've got 822 triangles and faces, vertices. You just got to work out what you're going to delete off this model. And for something like Evelyn, it's really difficult because she doesn't have a whole lot going on here. I mean, arms are already low poly. Yeah, I don't know where you would start with this model, simplifying it. And this is mainly because this model was designed to be low poly. Like Sky made this, who's on our team. And it's a really good model. And he's done a good job in the skirt as well, because usually people with skirts or dresses and stuff, it's a problem because sometimes the legs clip through the skirt. mean, yeah, look at the feet, basically squares. But one thing you can do is if I just select the head, it doesn't do a particularly good job, but you can do decimate geometry. And do something like that. Actually looks better than I expected. But I have just like I've taken off 200 triangles by doing that. So that's the kind of stuff you have to do to reduce the model size. It's just really annoying because RE2 seems you can have quite high poly models in that, to be fair. But RE1 and 3, they crash whenever you go over like 128. Okay. Yeah, it's annoying. And that's what I've done. I ported most of the models from RE2 to RE1 and 3, and a good chunk of them I needed to go in Blender and modify the stuff, which is really not a good use of my time because I should be coding, not in Blender. What's the door stuck update? Oh yes, I remember now you saying this. So replacing the locked sound is quite easy to do. Changing the message is also easy to do. Certainly for RE2 it is anyway. You really think I should just stop all of this CVX development and do door stuck? I've been meaning, like, I've thought about doing a sound rando. I just wondered how bad it would be if it just randomized all the sounds, like everything from footsteps to the sounds guns make and the enemies. Like, can you imagine, like, a dog bark happening every time you move selection on the inventory? or when you shoot a gun, it sounds like Hunter or something. Oh, that's probably not a feature. That's just a bug. You do get that in BioRand. There's the room with the boutique door. It seems to have that bug more often than other rooms. So yeah, when there's like hunters in the room, when you move, it sounds like hunters every footstep. So that just might be a side effect because it's too big. So it either crashes or it looks like everything's going to one corner of the screen. Right, so this code is happening, and I don't think it should while you need to inspect the hair, which might be to do with this. So what I might try actually is... this is the... B3, there's the 1. If I change that to 0, what happens? Yes! That's what I wanted. Yeah, it will be because the file's too big. Usually it crashes, but sometimes it just does that side effect. So I should be able to leave. Go back in. And I can go this way as well. Does that just become a door now? I guess in the door rando I would just make that a normal door. That goes somewhere. There's quite a lot of doors in this game actually that don't work in the regular game, but you could make work in the door rando. Like the first one you come across is in the room with where you first meet Steve. There's a locked door behind you. That could just be a random door that goes to another room. Right, so this is the other thing that needs fixing, but that's in 205, not 204, so luckily the patches that need to be done in 2 different rooms. Can I use this now? No, I still can't use it. Surprised I can't use it. So the check for the cutscene is using the it's the Air Force proof. So maybe if I just change condition to something else, we can avoid this mess altogether. Why can't I find it? Oh, it's in 305. That it happens. Okay, so one 6 bytes here. This is 2 bytes. Not good, is it? I'd have to insert the opcode, which is iffy. Or actually, oh no, it's an if else. No reason for them to use 2 statements. Oh, hold on. Oh, there's 2 of them. Or bytes. Not enough anyway, I need 6 points. Oh, setting opcodes in the middle is difficult. Not trivial. Maybe I'll just disable a cutscene. I think I'm gonna just have to do that for now. Simplest way to sort out the issue. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Hope you enjoy the stream. Hey, Sniper. I have just had to delete that cutscene. What wasn't 24 hours? What are you talking about? Strim.
Fuck off, Orca's streaming, no way.
Well, okay. When did I say I was going to do a 24-hour stream? Oh, here's a power tip for you. You can just type that.
Fuck off, Orca's streaming, no way.
I'm gonna give... Actually, no, it's your job, Edger. It is your job. Please give Sniper Wolf a shout out. Thank you. So that is Mr. Sniper Wolf, who is a streamer and has been helping test CVX Rando. And you did some commentary as well, didn't you? Yeah. Actually doing a mod duty, yeah. So yeah, back to the what we were talking about. 24-hour stream. When did I say I was going to do that? Did I? I'm gonna have to watch the VOD. Oops, I don't want to commit that Evelyn stuff yet. I just wanted the stuff here. Right. Disable Steve. Actually, just do room 305. Disable cutscene. Yeah, so Sniper Wolf. I have just disabled the cutscene of Alfred and Steve in the bedroom. This room here. Because it causes too many problems at the moment. It can soft lock you and stop you from being able to go in the loft. So I've just disabled it for now. I'll see if I can re-enable it at a later point in time. Oh, by the way, you can complete the game now if you didn't know. I think Wesker might have said in Discord. So yeah, get the free proofs, head to the airport, Steve will be waiting for you, and you can head on into the plane. From then on, it's a vanilla ending sequence. So you get the clamp, sorry, the control lever, go use that, get the airport key, it's in its usual location, then go back, use it in the elevator, cargo elevator. Countdown starts, kill Tyrant, go back to the sub, go back to the airport, and get in the plane, you're off. Well, I do need to confirm, Edger, whether I really promised to do a 24-hour BioRand dev stream. I don't know if I could do BioRand for 24 hours. I could do a stream for 24 hours. But solid BioRand dev. When I stay up for 24 hours, I get very... I start to like fall asleep. I would need to like have coffee. I need to have like a coffee every hour to stay awake. And I'd need to do a mixture of different things. Imagine coding for 24 hours. It's not. I've done it 5 times at least. I've done 5 24-hour hackathons. I've done 5. I did 3 in Manchester, 1 in London. Okay, I've only done 4. 4 hackathons. And I may have fallen asleep. Some of it. Oh, okay. Sniper. Just what I need. More bug reports. As long as they're not the same ones. Oh, I'll blame him. Don't worry. What did you just say? Bokrahi. Bokrahi. Oh, I've got a nice nice patch from Cadet. Fox new emotes are really funny. I've just lost my sub to him. It ended today, so I can't use the emotes anymore. I don't think I've ever subbed to Bok. I've just relied on gift subs. Basically, when he does a rando, I just go in his channel and say hi and hope someone gives me a gift sub. I don't know how many times it's worked now. I've definitely had several subs for him, gift subs for him. I still think Bok Glad is my favourite one, and the party version of it. I do like the dance one. Yeah, I really like that. I don't know why. I think it's just it's just a really funny smile that it has. Oh yeah, I know. I know why it does that. I don't actually trying to think of the best way to handle it. I think what I'll do, Snipe, is try and add the door. So there's 2 versions of that room. There's the one where the dogs are in it, and the second version of the room has the worm in it. And only the version of the worm in it has the logic for going through that door. I.e. the door not being unlocked or locked. So if you trigger worm, you'll be able to go back through that door. I don't really want to trigger. I don't want to force worm because a lot of things will lie on that flag. So I don't really want to force the worm just because you get in the tank room. But what I could try and do, which is better for door rando, is to just make that door work in the dog version of the room. Did you deliberately choose that tag? Oh, nice one, Gretch. So, can I rely on you to put every other model in the game now? I need to put the children in RE3. I think that's a big hole in RE3 at the moment. Not having Sherry, Lot, Evelyn, and Lily. I mean, you can do it. It's just that the cutscenes, they would be floating in the cutscenes, so I need to add code that makes it automatically adjust the cutscenes so that they're touching the ground. If you look at early versions of BioRand, like early videos of BioRand, when it puts Sherry in the room, the cutscene would often be to have her floating. It's going to be funny when we can swap models in CV. We'll have Steve swapped with Reska, swapped with Claire, swapped with Chris, swapped with Alfred. I wonder what. I'm gonna have to open the DM, see what this instruction does that he's given me. Yep, they would, because the voice lines are in a different folder. What's the Gmod project? $100 is not worth it for what, you know, putting everyone through that. So. Oh, as in Gary's mod. Is that what you mean? Uh-huh. Yeah, no problem. And feel free to share that knowledge, Grishman, to other people. Um, Hopefully that tool just makes it easy for anyone to add new characters. Like, have you seen the cookie character I made for Death? Let me see if I can get a clip. Yeah, okay. So that took me all of like 5 minutes to make it using that tool. And I was gonna for Easter I was gonna do a hot cross bun. Same sort of thing. No doubt he'll also add like the bunnies from Hot Potatoes mod. Hi, me too. How's it going? How's the development going, me too? Maybe Edger could learn a thing or two from you. You can't just dev for a living, Edger. You got to dev. It's a hobby as well as a job. The beauty of it. Oh, what issues do you have? Had to make some maintenance on your server. And was it anything significant? Is this a server you host yourself, or do you pay for company to host it? kind of hilarious that you can just open up a PS2 game and see all the symbol names. This would be so useful for PC games as well. Oh, okay. Work in progress stuff. Nice. Right, before I do this hack, I will just quickly test it. I can reproduce it. So I need to go to an item box. Oh no, the door's gonna be closed. I really need a room jumper in this game. Quickly jump room. It's nice that you managed to fix everything though. Now you can go back to making your awesome RE3 room editor. Oh, you know what? I'm just gonna try it. See what happens. Right, while this is generating, I'm gonna quickly make another coffee. So I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, Matt. Let's try this. Same for me, I did it last month. What do you use, Windows or Linux? Because you said that. Yeah, I mean, you said Linux Mint, so only a Linux user would say that. Oh no, it has to be the prison. It's the only way you can reproduce this issue, isn't it? both. I did use to have dual boot, but when I got my new PC, I haven't bothered installing Arch yet. Mainly because I can do most things now through WSL. Or I SSH into a Linux server. The only stuff that you kind of need to boot into Linux now for is if you're doing like game dev or anything where you need a proper window. Yeah, pretty much a game dev. And even WS2 is pretty good at showing you the window because it has a Wayland support now. I don't. Oh, I suppose you could do it in an item box as well, couldn't you? I was thinking it because you couldn't put the lighter back into the box. I couldn't reproduce the issue. Right. So if I give myself lighter. Not lighter, lockpick. Right, so I got that. I'm going to dump it in the item box. So did this lockpick used to go into the top slot before? No, it doesn't. What about the lighter? So the problem here now is that you can't actually have anything in your top slot. It could do with being a bit more sophisticated. But this at least stops it from swallowing the item. You can for putting stuff in, not for taking it out. Oh wait, hold on. Yeah, it doesn't work. If I select the top slot, it still puts it in the normal item slot. No, what's the fun in that? Everything's got to be random. I have no idea how to read this instruction set. This is very foreign to me. Is it a risk instruction set? Kind of looks like one. MIPS. Okay. I don't know much about that. Slightly less random, but could stop soft locks as key items are behind lock things. Well, you won't get soft locks anymore because with this patch, you can't lose the lockpick or the lighter. Well, the lighter isn't actually you. The lighter, the only benefit of having the lighter is for the bats. Because the fireplace that you can light up is not necessary to pick up the item. It's a bit like the RE2 firework. All it does is show you that an item's there, but it doesn't stop you from being able to get it. So the lighter's pretty redundant. The lockpick is necessary. You don't want that. You don't want to lose that. So with this patch, you can't lose it. But you do lose your top slot. I think the lighter just gets removed wherever it is, and the item Rodrigo gives you always goes into the special slot. Are you still there, Capdat? So why did you decide FFFF as the address? Because it looks like it's appointed to a table. Wouldn't it be better to edit this table? I assume these are flags. LH. I don't know what LH means. Branch of not equal. Because the entries look like item ID. Where are you seeing 37 and 32? That in the code or in the table? Oh, there's not an address. It's just disguised as one. I hate it when it doesn't. It's also because it said do load address as well, rather than load. There's not. It's moving it into the address and then it's offsetting. Or maybe I'm just reading that wrong. Maybe that is just getting the. Does that like load? Does that mean load the upper 2 bytes or something like that? Really hard reading instructions without any knowledge of the instruction set. Load half, right? Well, I was just thinking, there's probably no. Rather than making it full FFs, we could at least just only get rid of. We could just get rid of one of them, right? So we could just say the lockpick doesn't go in the special slot. The lighter does. That's what I was thinking. I assume I can try that now. What's the opposite? That isn't it. So this would be 3200 FFFF. Or could we just use 00? Would that also work? Yeah, so the lockpick now goes. Wait, what? Where'd it go? Completely lost it. Oh, is that because it's put? Is it like replaced it with 0 or something? Okay, let's try FF then. That's better. That is it's obviously not perfect, but it's better than neither of them being able to go in the special slot. And it could be random. Like half of the randos, half of your seeds could be the lockpick goes in the special slot, and the other half of the seeds the lighter goes in the special slot. Oh, actually, that I could make any item be the special. You could have the knife in your special slot, right? Oh, this gives you so many more possibilities. So what's knife? Is that 1? Okay, it's 8. So if I change it to 8. Now the knife can be. I like that. I'll just make it a random item that can go in your special slot. I don't know how well a weapon works actually. Let's try it. So I can encrypt it still. So I'll try the knife and then I'll try a handgun. Right. Let's try a weapon now. Yeah. But we can just patch the REM script so it doesn't. It just gives you the item in a normal slot. Ah, but then I'd have to make it low priority, wouldn't I? In case you'd have the space. Maybe I'll just stop it from. could make it so you don't lose the lighter, but yeah, if you don't have the space, then it can't be a key item because you'd lose it. You've only ever had herbs. Well, often with, the chance of a key item being in like these particular locations is very low. What can happen though? I think I saw. I can't remember if it was Def or Gonta. They got a handgun from Rodrigo. Yeah, so I wanted to test a gun. So if I choose 4, which is a shotgun, giving myself that. Give myself some shotgun ammo. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, so I'll just make it give you the item as a normal slot, and then that solves everything. You'll always have the space. Okay, so she loads it correctly. Nice. You can make a green herb, it just be the thing in the inventory. Ink ribbon. Oh, so many possibilities. I won't do like every item. I'll just have a set list. So, obviously the lighter should be one. The lockpick. I think if it's going to do a weapon, it should be whatever weapon you get, like, start off with. So normally, oh no, you have to have the lighter. You have to start with the lighter, don't you? That's the one. When I said that you never need the lighter for anything essential, I forgot about the very first thing you do in the game. Oh, and I guess you need the lighter for when you give Rodrigo the medicine as well. It's kind of pointless having Ink Ribbon be in your special slot, actually, because well, not necessarily. Actually, I'd say it's beneficial because there's a few typewriters where there's no box, so it is actually quite useful. No. Yeah, you always need to start with the lighter. So I'll won't change that. But I think what we can do is we can edit the room script and give you some extra items. Oh, question, if you know. Do you know, is it possible to start with like the... Is there any game mode, or anything about the game where you start with like the linear launcher when you do a new game? Yeah, so how does that work? I don't want that interfering with the rando. So when you get that unlimited rocket launcher, is it just always in your inventory when you start? That's annoying. I wonder what does that. Let's just go to the first room, see what we can see. Yeah, so this is the thing gives you the locker, the lockpick. I don't know where it sets what slot goes in there. No, it's alright. I was just wondering if it was done via the room script or the game itself, and it looks like it might be the. It's not the room script. Yeah. Gonna end up being in the game, the code here. Like if I find where these instructions were. And then we find out what you said it was a rocket launch, did you? So that's one. It have to be one. Yeah, it's probably going to be something in here. Don't know what though. $4 hours. No saves. Wow. Okay. Speedrunners will have it unlocked. I just remembered config. I thought I was gonna have trouble finding out what weapon the player's selected, but I actually do have access to this. I just need that, and then do config dot enabled weapons, and then we need item helper get weapon 9. Oops, wrong. Oh, that's still not good. What do I need to do? I don't know how gunpowder works. Is that just something I add? Is that just like another resource that should be added? It's just an item. So would I just have? So would it be like RE3? Would I just need gunpowder and then it just makes? And there's only one type of gunpowder. Is that it? Is that it? Right. God, this is taking me way too long. I could be mean and not let you do it. Not let you have anything in that special slot as well. Do it the other way around. Right, RNG next of potential items. And then if random slot item equals 0, we'll give a random weapon. I'll just put knife here as well. Oh, this is such a mess. Get random weapon. Cool. So, bowgun powder, and then there's duranium case bowgun powder. I guess the powder in the case is a bit pointless, so I should just have powder on its own. Are you, is this for Gonta? Because I can see he's struggling to find an item or something. 10B is the clinic. Why? What's happened? Oh, 10D. That's not the clinic. That is the clinic passage. That's the herb in the corridor that goes to the clinic. I'm pretty sure I've sent the. I've put that spreadsheet in the Discord chat as well. I've already been committing some of the stuff during a dev stream. So there's new builds all the time. I've just realised that you can't actually use the box to change your special item, can you? Where's all my save states? I've lost my save states. How's that happened? Lost all my save states. Oh, you're kidding. Why does it do that? It's the same ISO. That's what it should be looking at. That's going to be quite annoying for testing. If it wants the same elf hash. Excuse me? Did I press the wrong button? Oh, that's the wrong. Yeah, so it's a bit annoying that you have to use the security boxes in order to sort out your special item. Oh, I thought I made ink ribbons the special thing. Oh, crap. Did it in Big Indian. One OD, you say? Well, there's 2 items in the passage, obviously, because I've put 2 items in the JSON file. But you see, the file has 2 green herbs. There's 2 green herbs in this passage, because that's what's in the room file. Oh, there's so many rooms where there's just an item that's in the room, but it's not actually there in the room. I don't know why it's so common, and I don't think it's a Chris item. I think they're just sometimes not there, because there's some rooms where you don't go as Chris. It has an item missing. I've no idea which one was correct. Does he know? So he got the shotgun. Can you ask him what the ID was? So it'll say placing shotgun in 10D colon and then a number. So I'd like that number, because that will tell me which green herb it was out of the 2. Alright. So we'll just assume 1 is gone. While I'm here, I might as well use the new technique. So I wonder what it is that makes the item not appear. Because they all have the same... They're the same bytes. Apart from, you know, like Z rotation. I assume it's in a location that you can see. Unless it shares the same global ID as something. Unless it's to do with like easy and hard. But you know, residents, the maps on evil resource should have said that. If it is to do with like region or difficulty, I don't know whereabouts. It must be like setting these global IDs. It must set them somewhere. Like when the game starts. To kind of say that you've already picked them up. Alright, what was I trying? Oh yeah, so So I have 2 in that slot. I don't actually want to save. You know what? I'll let someone else test that. I'm not. Right, let's go back to go to gunpowder. So I'm gonna commit that and say randomize special slot item. Room 2AD remove. It's 1AD, isn't it? Right, gunpowder. The gunpowder. This should be quick to do. I just need to go to kind of a bit silly for just one item. And also, this item's I'm only going to spawn in this item if you actually have the bolts enabled. Ooh, gunpowder ammo. Place it. Maybe I'll put the case in. Oh yeah, I was gonna check with that review because in the rooms, like sometimes I see bow powder unused. I wasn't sure what that meant. So 8.2, yeah. So that's bow gunpowder unused. Oh, so should I use bow gunpowder unused then for... as the thing that I spawn in the room? You're not sure? Okay. Another viewer in the stream picked a video of the JP version. It's just funny that the same person posted a link. The video though, it's just a bit random. I don't know why of all videos they'd post that. How bizarre. Do you know how much powder you get in the case compared to on its own? Off the top of your head. Do you think I should not bother with the case then? Kind of pointless, isn't it? Just like extra work, having to open it. Well, I suppose it's a bit more. It adds a bit of difficulty in that you have to have a space free before it'll stack. Oh, that's another thing, Kadat. If you can find where so the sniper rifle ammo doesn't stack by default, nor does the AR ammo, I don't think. So there's like a quick way of fixing that. That'd be good. You'd say just use the one without the case. So no difficulty spike with the case. I'm trying to find, because one of the other things I was thinking of doing was adding just explosive bolts. If you have the bow gun enabled. So for bow gun, I could generate both bow gun arrows and bow gun gunpowder arrow. Yeah, I assume it's any that aren't normally in the vanilla game. There's also a table, isn't there? Whether it's metallic or not. So I think you need to do the table that's in the binary as well as the room script. Because I think the room script checks if you have it to do the shutters, but I assume it must be inside the executable. There's whether you can put it in the security box. There's just two places that you'd have to fix to deal with that. And let's just quickly look at the log, see if that's... So we got bowgun arrows. We got... You know what? I should have done a seed that only had the bowgun. So aiming can be fixed. If you look at Sherry, she has a CSV file in her directory, and you can edit the numbers in that to try and fix the aiming. Yeah, just try and use a character that's the most similar to the one you're replacing with. Not generating any gunpowder. Oh, it has gunpowder. That needs to be true. Oh, here we go. Gunpowder. Let's give it a go then. Yeah, something like that. Grishman. it's a lot of trial and error with those numbers. Ideally, I try and do it in Cheat Engine, so I'd have to keep regenerating. Hi, Sonic. Sonic the Hedgehog, how you doing? When I so when you said, I can't remember what you said at the end of your stream, but it sounded like you were going to do like 4 scenarios for RE2 all in one stream. But then when you said that you were finishing the stream, I guess you meant on different streams. So yeah, we've been we've mostly been fixing bugs, but we have added a few new features while we're at it. So one interesting thing that we've just done for this rando is the special item slot. I know it has the lighter in at the moment, but that's not necessarily going to be the case. When I go to the security box, I could swap it out and it might be a different item that goes in the slot. So with RE2, your special item slot was just fixed, but this game is interesting because you can actually take out the item from the special slot and put it in the security box. So what I've done is I've made it random what item can go in the special slot. So it might be the lockpick, it might be the lighter, or it might be ink ribbons, or a knife, or a weapon. So if it's like the knife, you can put the knife into the special slot. At the moment it's just random, there's no way to configure it. So what I'm testing now is gunpowder. That's not gunpowder. That's not gunpowder. That's just arrows. This is gunpowder, so I should be able to combine that. Yeah, cool. This is a bit weird because you got a whole slider for gunpowder, and all it does is gives you bow gunpowder, because that's the only gunpowder you get in this game. So this whole slider is just for bow gunpowder, and if you don't have the bow gun on, then you won't get any. I want to see if I can find bowgun bolts that are already explosive. Some more powder. No, don't want the Lugers. Just the map. It's just a herb. I assume that's randomized to the same thing, not broken. Ah, there we go. Gunpowder arrow. Yeah, cool. So that's all working. Don't know what I just did there. I'll commit that now. Yeah, thank you, Sonic. It's been great also because Gonta and Def and Sniper have all been, and Wesker, Albert FN Wesker, they've all been testing the rando quite thoroughly and reporting issues. And CapDap as well, he's already done a lot of reverse engineering for CVX, so he's been able to chip in with lots of knowledge and addresses that I can change. And his tool's been very useful. That lets me inspect the rim files. And all of that just makes it so much faster to do this project. Yeah, it just goes to show, you know, if everyone works together, you can do a randomizer for anything. Yeah. It kind of helps that I've already got like the infrastructure for the OG games to go off the back of, although there's so many like edge cases with this where it's different from the OG games. I so much prefer how the OG games did everything, to be fair. It was so much simpler. Like, you just had a script. You didn't have all of these tables with enemies and items, events, triggers. You just had a script, and the script would add the triggers, the enemies, the items, and you could say what the item was, the quantity of it. I don't think the PS2 version. I think that's the easiest version to mod though. The PS2 version. Like, I don't know why the Xbox version and the PS3 version are in big Indian format, so I think that would just make things harder. Yeah, enough. It might be why there isn't a PC release, because they did all this work for big Indian, PS3, Xbox, changed all the ROM files to be in big Indian. They'd have to go back to Little Indian when porting it to PC, which is what it was originally in, because the PS2 was Little Indian, believe it or not, and Dreamcast probably. I'll probably stay on for another half an hour. I don't think I'll be able to get doors. I don't know if I don't think I promised Def that I would do a door rando, but I was wondering if I'd get the chance to look at doing the door rando, but at this rate, it's not happening because it's already nearly 1 o'clock. I have to do door rando tomorrow evening or Thursday evening. I should probably actually check whether Evelyn works in RE1, then I can just commit her. I need to sort that out. Yeah, PS2 version's definitely most successful in my opinion. Right, let's check if Evelyn works, alright. Oh yeah, you are. You're also like liaison between Gonta's stream and my stream. Oh, I thought it crashed then. It's actually just because the controls are... I'm not used to them. Oh, what's wrong? Oh, M. There we go. Oh, I didn't randomize cutscenes. That's alright, I trust that that works. So Evelyn's in RE1 now, and then Cindy in RE3. Oh, for goodness sake. This is the problem with RE3. Your model's got slightly too many vertices, and you get this happening. Hate it. Well, I'm not dealing with that now. Cindy will not be making it to RE3 anytime soon. Might as well move that. No use to me. Okay. Let's just push Evelyn then. Oh, I missed this. So the rifle ammo stacking stuff isn't immediately apparent, probably hidden in the table somewhere, so I'll let you know what I find. Okay, thank you. Rifle ammo was never in the base game. Yeah, we know. And the AI mag you ever only got one of. Could be the reason you stack. It's kind of weird because you know, if they've added the item, they've added the items for those magazines. And they have like populated the tables to say how much you get for that item. It's odd that they've missed the fact that they also need to make it stackable or part of the metal detector room. Yeah, surprising. I'm trying to think. So the only issue I'm aware of now that we haven't looked at yet is the one that Gunter hit, where if you don't pick up the small key, you can end up being in the wrong place in that room. And I'm not sure the best way to fix that, actually. The only way I can think of is to, in that situation, change it to use the other exit. So that you spawn in via the door rather than the bed, because the problem is the bed's not being raised. So when you come down the ladder, you're on top of you're too high on the bed, and you just get stuck there. So I could say, well, if you haven't picked up that item yet, just spawn into that room via the door rather than the bed. It's the only way I can easily think of sorting that issue out. Oh yeah, I mean, I guess that's the case with all the metal detection items. But it's funny because we were like, why is the rusted sword allowed to be put in? And then they've given, okay, so the rusted sword hasn't been, because you can't take it out of the room normally. You wouldn't put it in the metal detector. But it just means that it's like they've done things based on QA testing rather than just said, oh, let's look at all the items and decide which ones should be metal and which ones shouldn't. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Sniper. Hopefully it's not too hard to do that. And to be fair, when I come to do the door window, I'm gonna have to be doing so many hacks. Because doors in this game are just done in such a hacky way. It's like they have these tables, you see, where you say what doors are in the room. But then half of the time they're using the script to override it. The whole table business becomes a bit pointless because they're just so often using the script to do items, doors, events. It's just the whole table thing's just pointless at that point. They should have done the exact same thing the OG games did and have only a script and no tables. And it's not even a case of like deciding what it needs to load into the room ahead of time. What the OG games did was they run the script, and on frame 0, based on what it's run, what script opcodes are being run, it decides what it's going to load into the room. So it's pretty important that you have like enemy opcodes. They all need to happen on frame 0 when you go in a room, otherwise it doesn't work properly because it won't have loaded the right stuff into the room. Hey Gonta, how was your stream? I did have it in the background. I saw most of the things you encountered, which I'd already seen before. I think the only new thing I saw was the item, the missing herb in the crypt passage. It's probably not the last one. I think every time you do a rando, you seem to be finding some item that I've thought was in a room, but it isn't. Did you have any early exits this time? What was your quickest rando, and how many did you do? Oh, okay. Be interesting to see how quick a rando is. I mean, now that everything's kind of almost fixed, you could potentially do a mini race, actually, if you think about it. I'd say if you've done like 3 successful randos in a row up to the plane, you could have a little race with someone. So here are all the things I've done while you were streaming. So you asked about like the lockpick lighter. Oh yeah, probably. Grichman. There'll be 4 games back to back. So what I've done now, Gonto, is that you will get the special slot. Only one thing can go in it now. It was a compromise that we came up with, because if you have more than one item that can go in the special slot, the game doesn't have any logic for deciding and like putting the second item in your other inventory. So to get around that, we just decided only one item should go into the special slot, and that's now random. So it could be the lighter, could be the lockpick, could be ink ribbons, could be the knife, or it could be one of the weapons that you've enabled. But currently, nothing's going to happen yet. You'll start the rando, and you'll always have the lighter in your special slot for now. So the only way you can put something else in the special slot is to go to the security box, swap it out. And I haven't like looked at changing the Rodrigo logic yet, so that it doesn't take away your lighter or anything like that. I need to do that. Yeah, I guess the benefit. So it's like RE2, except that you actually can, I guess, put it in the box and back. The thing is, in like a door rando, and if you get your item after the island, you can't really go to the box, the security box, to put the item in the special slot. That's the only downside. So I think the only way this is going to work in the future is it has to give you the item from the get go and put it in your special slot, and the lighter will just have to be in one of your normal slots. Oh, are you talking about a race? So the other thing I've done is I've added gunpowder now. So like RE3, you have a gunpowder slider. Oh no, do that now. That was lobby, wasn't it? Military lobby. I basically need to go through every room and use the new technique for items. Yeah, so I mean it's something for you to test, but you shouldn't get any bowgun powder if bowgun's not enabled. It's a bit like ink ribbons in RE1. If you're Jill, you just don't get any ink ribbons, even if you've got the slider up max. Okay, so there's only 2 items in for it. What else did I do? Oh, the Steve Alexia or Alfred cutscene in the bedroom. I've just completely disabled for now because I didn't find a convenient way to deal with that in the moment. I mean, it would only happen anyway if you had the proof, the Air Force proof. But if you did have that and you hadn't used the blue ant yet, with soft lock. So for now, I'll just disable the cutscene. You were aware of those. Yeah, I guess that's it now. Right, so 408. Right, global ID of this is 7, and it's 218 for this. Then 11. That will use the new technique now. There'll be quick pickups. You won't get the texture issue. That was 408. Okay, there's two. I'm trying to think. There's only 2 more things I need to do: the Rodrigo logic and the silver key issue. Can you think of anything else that went wrong? Needs fixing. Oh, and I need to synchronize items in rooms that have multiple versions. So silver key, Rodrigo, I just want him to not take away your lighter, and also not put the new item in the special slot. It needs to go in a spare in your spare slot, which is where you'll have the medicine. And I need to synchronize items between rooms of different versions. Right. Did you download this build, Sniper? And the full one, not the slim one. The other thing is, make sure you, well, depending on, so it'll be wherever all the other females. So if you've turned off swap characters, it'll be under Jill. If you've got swap characters on, it'll be under Chris. Oh, you did Slim, yeah. It won't be in Slim. So the point of Slim is that it's only got the non-asset data files to keep the size down. So if I add a new character or a new soundtrack, you need to get a new BioRand full pack. But if it's just code changes or changes to the JSON files, you can just get the slim one and overlay it. You have to overlay the slim one on top of a previous full pack one. Yeah. It was under popular request by testers because the download time's so slow. Because they must use cheap storage for dev build artifacts. Not surprising. They're like gigabytes big. It's free. We did. So the only reason Evelyn's in I added Evelyn is because I was showing Rishman how to port a character from RE2 to RE1 and 3. So I did it with Evelyn, and I did it with Cindy to RE3. So I committed Evelyn, but Cindy was broken in RE3 because her model's too high poly for RE3, so she'll need to be simplified a bit to work. So I haven't committed that. And at some point I do want to add the children to RE3, but I need to implement fixing the cutscenes in RE3 so that it deals with different height characters. The handgun check mark also includes upgraded handgun as well. Is that a problem? Because I thought it was going to be like RE2. If you get the handgun, you also get the special parts for it. Or do you need to use that table to do it? In the room where you get in the basement, the weapon room. Yeah, I mean that's basically it, Grishman. Exporting and importing the models is the easy bit. It's having to edit them so that they work in those other games. That's the annoying bit. It can be time consuming. So if you're up for doing that, then that would be really generous. And you could ship them into the game if they work okay. Table is for Chris's handgun. Which is Chris's handgun? Is that the Glock 17? Have you ever picked up one of those cases? Not yet. I must not be placing it. Have you ever picked up the custom handgun? Right, so this shouldn't be custom handgun, should it? It should be... Oh, yeah. That isn't right. I don't know why I put custom handgun there. Because if I look at what I've done for RE2, you should be getting the parts. Right, so is it the briefcase I need to put here? Actually, that's not a good idea, because you said you need the lock part. You need the lockpick, and I don't want to end up in a case where you haven't got the lockpick to open the case. Oh, I decided not to do that, Gonza. Well, actually, I was going to do it, and then Sniper said no. Because it adds a bit of difficulty because you can't stack it if it's in the briefcase. So you need a spare item slot. Oh yeah, that's something I changed earlier because I completely forgot that that's in the vase. No, you can't get 2 ants. I just changed it so that instead of getting the red ant, you get the vase instead. It's what I do with like RE1. You don't just get the medals, you get the books. You have to get the medals out of the books. So are there any other upgrades you can do apart from the handgun? Is it just Chris's gun? What does Chris use? Is it the Glock 17 that he has? Right. But he needs the table, is that right? So when I come to do that, I'm going to need to add the stuff, the chemical you need. So there's Clement Alpha and Clement Sigma. So I need to add those. I assume Claire can't use the table. They probably just haven't implemented that. Enhanced handguns, if simply the enhanced ammo though. Or is it just the upgraded gun? Is there enhanced ammo in this? Oh, okay. Oh, the glass eye. See if I can randomize that. I'll add that to my list. Oh, okay. Okay, that's the list of things for me to do next time. Then we'll try and do door randomization. Oh, and also gone to CapDap's going to have a look at stacking the rifle ammo. So that'll be good. Sort out your frustrations there. And I need to talk to what's his name? DBNJ about how to randomize enemies and NPCs. Then we should have like something to go off. Proof of concept anyway. Then it's just doing the rest of the game. No problem. I'm gonna give a raid to Albert F. and Reska because he's just come on. And he did the CVX rando yesterday or day before yesterday. Day before yesterday, yeah, I think it was, and actually went pretty well. After I fixed the major problem he had the first time he tried it. Don't know if he'll try it again though, because he said something about not streaming it until it was done, but I don't believe that. I think he'll probably stream it again, if not when I've done the next section. Yeah. Thank you to everyone that joined the stream today. And follow. And Sniper. And CapDat for helping me with. Well, yeah, for helping me do more CVX. And Gonta for testing it. I'll be on Discord. Ask me any more questions or just stuff. Cool. Yeah, definitely looking good. I'm happy now that you can actually complete the first segment. I think the forcing Steve to be at the airport was the main one that we're missing out.